¿Dónde quieres que ande?
Ready, ready? Thumbs up. Alex, ready?
Oh, you want them?
I'll officially call this meeting to order Monday, January 24th, 2022 at 4:30. Please rise for the invocation and the pledge. Mr. Pettis, you have the floor.
Thank you. Heavenly Father, may you bless each person who is gathered here today, and let your hand of protection be on them throughout the rest of the week. Let the work done here tonight come to achievement, and let it be for your glory. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Calling for presentation number one. Mr. Terraz, you have the floor, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I come before you to give you a presentation on drainage projects. As you all know, I'm going to give you a little history. Since the 2018 rain events, Mayor and Council had engaged TETSI to do a comprehensive drainage plan throughout the city of Mission, which entails 77 projects. Out of those 77 projects, Mayor and Council approved a 2021 bond with $20 million, which we picked the most critical projects around the city of Mission, which were 7 projects, which we hired 7 drainage companies to work on the design of these plans. Also, we hired B2Z to do the management of these 7 drainage projects. And here I present you Mr. Jesse Osuna to give a status on these 7 drainage projects.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you once again for allowing us the opportunity to serve the city in this capacity. I do want to let you know our President Aisha sends her regards of not being able to be here. She wanted to be here, but unfortunately COVID had other plans for her and her family. So she's doing well, but she did want to send her sincere apologies for not being here. I did present the city with a 2-page handout that it looks like this. This schedule was what was presented to the 7 engineers of record that the city retained to design these projects. We did have a design kickoff meeting here at the city chambers a few months ago to kick this off. And as you can see, we did give them some pretty aggressive deadlines for the city's request. We know that you all wanted the design done within 6 months of retaining the firms. So that is what was presented to them. What you see, it has not been altered. It's been standing firm. On the second sheet, we wanted to provide you with a list of the consultant schedule adherence for your record. So right now we have already received the H&H reports and the 30% PS&E plan sets from the 7 engineers of record, all the exception of one, which is the one working on the Leandro Road project. But there was only one firm that asked for an extension. And I forward that over to Mr. JP. He did look at the request and the reason for the request, and he did approve, and that was for TETSI. That was based on the size and magnitude of their drainage study and their plan, which was quite extensive in comparison to the rest. So they did ask for a 2-week extension, but they did meet the deadline within the 2 weeks that they asked for. Everybody else, as you can see there, the project is outlined on the left, followed by the consultant that you'll retain and the point of contact for each firm. We are glad to report that everybody, again, with the exception of that last consultant, did meet the deadline for both the 30% PS&E and for the H&H report. We have provided comments. We have met with the city engineering staff and Mr. Terrazas to go over the plans as they came in to see what kind of comments they had, make sure that everybody's meeting the constructability and the design standards of the city. Again, very positive feedback that we received. We did send comments back. We did get revised plan sets and H&H reports sent back to B to Z. So we are moving forward. We feel very confident in the next submittal, which is coming up on the 31st of this month, which is a 60% plan set. Right now, there hasn't been too many difficulty of questions coming in from the firm, so we feel confident that they'll meet that as well. We have sent out courtesy reminders to everybody, just alerting them of such so that we can continue to monitor that 6-month schedule that y'all set.
And the final date is when? The final date for that?
The final deadline will be on March 31st to receive the final plan set. Everything according going to plan. We don't foresee any issues meeting those deadlines that are coming up. So the 60%, like I said, is due January 31st. Then the 90% will be due March the 1st, and then the final, the 31st. And we want to give the city the final construction plans and specs and sets for advertisement starting April 1st. So y'all can begin procuring the services for construction at that point. And
Mayor, may I ask a question?
Yes.
Hi, Mr.
Oh,
Vincent, how are
Unless,
you?
hold on, unless, are you ready for questions? or-
Yes, Mayor, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Absolutely.
So on one of the agencies here that have not submitted, how many more days are we going to give them to complete?
So we met with this firm along with Mr. Perez and Mr. Trazas last week to ask what the holdup is. They did provide some feedback. We did ask them for an aggressive submittal. Obviously, they've been behind since November. All we can do is try to enforce the schedule as best as we can, and we have. Obviously, we've been pretty successful with the other 5, or with the other 6, my apologies. So
I
it's
would just
really in
like a
their
plan
hands.
of, I'm sorry, excuse me. I would just like a plan of action because Leonardo's Road is, I mean, we have had a lot of complaints from that area. And so I want it to be just as important as the other
Sure.
ones. And so we have to give them 30 days. I don't know how much is enough. But after that, if he still doesn't comply, we need to move with somebody that will.
So prior to attending, Councilwoman, to attend this meeting, they did submit their exchange report.
Oh, great.
I haven't reviewed it, and our team, I believe, started their review.
Okay.
But I can't tell you exactly how it looks. We're still awaiting the 30% plan set. They did comment to us on our meeting on Thursday that they would be submitting everything before today. So we're patiently waiting. As far as what the city is going to want to direct, we don't have control over their contract. We don't have, we're just, we were retained to make sure that we enforce the schedule and that we provide the plan or the peer review along with the city. So again, we have been putting everything in writing, making sure that we have a trail of, just trying to enforce it as best as we can.
Okay,
Now,
thank you very much.
if that company is claiming COVID-19, that their employees are affected with COVID-19 and so forth, we may need to be a little flexible with that.
Yes, sir. Again, that's up to the city. However you'd like to direct us to do, we'd be happy to.
Now, if it's not COVID-19, then we have to keep with that.
If I may, Mayor, so we did meet with this consultant engineer last week. One of the comments that I made was that, well, one, they would submit the 60% by the end of this week to catch up to the 31st deadline, which is at the end of this month. However, I did make it a comment to them that we would meet, if they didn't meet the 60%, to discuss this project further with them and see because we definitely don't want to delay this project. As mentioned, these are all critical and we want to make sure that they're on a timely manner. And so they did commit to submitting their reports by the end by this week. The deadline is the 31st. So we will meet with them after next week if that's not submitted.
So the deadline is at the end of this month?
Yes,
31st
the
of January?
60%, yes.
Okay. And we did turn everything in writing as far as verbal too.
Yes, Mr. Osuna did do a follow-up to our meeting from last week to assure that we were going to meet after the 31st.
Well, I'd like to openly commend all the other companies that have been working with you guys and they're up to.
Yes, everybody's been very responsive. y'all picked a good team to do it. So like I said, we won't do the design for them, but everybody's is pretty much pulling their own weight at this time, so.
Awesome, thank you.
Mayor, and I don't know how the rest of the council feel, but we don't have much time to be wasting. So to me, they don't meet the deadline for the 31st. I don't know, we need, and it's not a motion, but we need to get directed to our staff to find somebody else. To me, don't even bring it to us, just move on and get somebody else. I mean, they're already 60 days, so I hope I'm wrong, but I mean, I don't know if they'll meet the deadline, but I mean, you know, and I want to thank the other engineers like Mayor Pro Tem says, commend them for submitting. This is people's homes that we are dealing with, and to me, it's very important. I mean, nobody would want to have water in their homes. So I don't know how the rest of the council feels, but I would not want to extend the deadline at all.
Noted.
Councilman,
I would also not want to extend the deadline. I mean, everybody had the deadline, and why should they be different? Have more time.
I agree.
I think we made it very clear on the onset to all the engineers that applied that the deadlines were very serious to our intent, you know, and I think then Mr. Perez, we need to communicate to you, our lead person, that there will be no extensions.
Okay.
You know, the only thing is that they're tied with COVID-19, that may be the only extension, but they have to prove that to us, because all the other ones are making the deadlines, and why are they making the deadlines, and they're not making the deadlines, as far as that is concerned. So very serious events that we have had in previous history in the city of Mission, especially in the 2018 one, where 80% of the city of Mission was underwater. And like Mr. Terra said about the comprehensive drainage assessment that we did for the whole city, you know, and we identified the projects, and we're taking them one by one. You know, I believe we have this funding to do this, and we want to make sure that hurricane season's coming around the corner in June, and we want to move as forward as possible for these projects to be, you know, complete.
Yes, sir. And during the time of the remainder of this schedule, our office remains open. Our staff remains willing to meet with any of you on the council or the staff. We have an open line communication with Mr. Daza and the engineering team. So we have constant communication with them, but at any point in time, I know Commissioner Plata called us and we updated him at his request. Anybody, it's open to anybody who would like, even city staff, like the officials, we're here at your disposal, and we thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Also, Mary, I may add, we have done a lot of the drainage projects in-house, which I'm gonna bring to you on our next meeting. I'm gonna bring you an update on that. We have excavated a lot of our drainage ditches. We have implemented a lot of detention ponds in-house. Also, we have installed a lot of our infrastructure around the city, and also we have placed pumps in the strategic places where we know we suffer flooding problems. So I'll bring you an update on our next meeting with the PowerPoint presentation.
Now, about a year ago, we purchased 3 large pumps, but is that adequate, or do we need to purchase some more?
So in total, Mayor, we have 6 pumps. Like you mentioned, you give us the go-ahead to buy those 3 new pumps, which we spend roughly $120,000 for this subdivision that is on El Valle subdivision. We still have them out there. We still have those pumps out there. But we have an interlocal agreement with Precinct 3 and Drainage District Number 1 to excavate 4 acres around that vicinity. In the meantime, we're going to be moving those pumps in that area to facilitate and alleviate those flooding problems in that area.
Good. Yes.
So that's what I want to show up to you on our next meeting, all the improvements that we've done in-house with our own forces. So I'll bring you up a PowerPoint presentation to give an update on that.
Okay. We'll be expected to make sure we put it in the agenda for you. Now call for number 2, and you got number 2 also.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Item number 2, it's another status on projects and sewer projects that we have around the city of Mission. A lot of these projects are being ready to send a notice to proceed and start construction. And I have Mr. Nandanahan, Mr. Mayo Reina to give an update on these projects.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of
Yes.
council. Mario Reina with Melvin Hunt for the record. We have a handout being passed out.
Thank you.
Mayor Council, first of all, I'd like to thank you for having us here this afternoon. Currently, Melvin Hunt has 7 ongoing projects with the city of Mission. And I'm going to go through each project and give this council a brief overview. The first project that we have is the South Conway Lift Station. This project is approximately 94% complete and is scheduled for turnover in March of this year. So about 2 months from now, we should have use of that lift station, the gravity sewer lines, and the water line and the 26 fire hydrants that we installed along South Conway. So it's going to be a big plus to the city of Mission. I know planning has had people come in that want to develop this area. It now has the opportunity to be developed. The second project we have, that's a very important project, is the Basham Water and Drainage Improvements. This project was bid in December of last year, and we're shooting to issue a notice to proceed in the next 14 days. So this will provide drainage and fire protection to Basham number 6 and number 7 subdivisions.
And this is expected to be completed with.
October of this year. And if you remember back, we had to go through condemnation for about a 2.5 acre parcel.
That's right.
Gus worked on this with Jones Galligan, and this is going to provide regional detention for the area between 2 and 3 mile lines. So it's going to be a big plus to this area. And this was bid, accepted, awarded by this council, and we'd like to issue the notice to proceed immediately.
Good.
The North Conway Sanitary Sewer Improvement Projects. This project was bid in November of 2021, and we are looking to issue a notice to proceed February 2022. So within the next month, we will issue a notice to proceed and allow the contractor to proceed with this project. Vincent Palm Sanitary Sewer Projects Phase 3. This project was brought to the council last year for authorization to bid. It will be bid in February of this year, and we anticipate breaking ground in March of this year. The Sherry Business Park subdivision, this is the Killam's Business Park down there on South Sherry Road, or South Bryan Road. This was bid in October 2021, and we're looking to issue a notice to proceed in February 2022. So in the next 30 days, we should issue a notice to proceed and begin construction. Project number 6 is the Sherry Road Sewer Improvement. This is a small sewer project, $250,000, that is just connecting a gap that has been left out, that is currently served by septic tanks. This project is currently with Gus, and I believe he's working with an attorney on obtaining the needed easements here. The last project is the reuse project as part of the sewer plant expansion. This project is scheduled to be bid in March of this year. Final environmental information was sent back to the Texas Water Development Board, and we anticipate an authorization to bid by March of this year. So I'd be happy to answer any specific questions that you have on these 7 projects, Mayor, Council.
I don't have any questions on that. Do any of the council, do you have it?
So the South Conway lift station will be completed by March 2022.
Yes, sir.
And then number 2, Basham, it will be completed by October 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then Conway will be going up for notice to proceed on February 2022.
Yes, sir.
How long is that project gonna take?
It's anticipated to be completed by the end of the year. We anticipate November. This project has been awarded. It's currently being bonded.
Weather permitted.
Weather permitted, yes, sir.
We'll blame the weather.
Yes.
Okay. And which other one? So, I mean, the studying and then the one for, so by the end of the first quarter, we're gonna have 1 project complete and we're gonna start 2 more?
4
Or,
for Basham, Conway, Vincent Palm, and Sherry Business Park are all scheduled to start first quarter this year. 3 of these have been bid. 1 of them is currently being advertised.
Mr. Reina, all of this is gonna be in our minutes.
Sir.
Yes. But that's great that we have the number of projects that we have based on the drainage and the sewer, you know, how the major improvement, the infrastructure that's that's being changed in the city of Mission, and thanks to the council and of course, city manager and his staff, on all these projects that are moving forward.
Yes, sir.
Moving forward. And one question for JP, we don't have any in-house water lines that are being done, the projects, or
Yes, Mayor, that
would
was-
be part of
that was
your
my-
presentation next.
Yes, that will be part of my presentation. We have done a lot of upgrades and improvements throughout the city of Mission in regards to implementing and adding and replacing asbestos lines and clay lines. Also, we have replaced a lot of our manholes that are made out of brick. And also, we're putting together a set of plans to go out for bids on our next meeting. We're working on doing it in-house, approximately 10 manhole projects throughout the city that we want to rehab.
Good. Any questions? This is great that this infrastructure on water, sewer, and drainage is moving forward, and thank you for the timeline.
I know Meldon and Hunt has done a lot of project for us, so thank you. And as you can see, it's important for us that we get them complete. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Raza. Thank you, staff also, and especially the ones that are under you, that are out there in the field all the time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Call for item number 3, is something that you got the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So we have an educational seminar happening tomorrow with our friends over at SBDC. The topic is going to be business branding and strategies. On Wednesday, we have one on customer service plus. This Friday, we are currently building and putting together a business development workshop. And this business development workshop is meant for a group. We have a group of 8 investors coming in from our friends over at Cámara de Comercio de Allende. So they're going to be joining us this Friday from 1 to 6. The topics we will be going over is we'll cover on SBDC, a CPA, one of our chamber members on how to do accounting here in the US when it comes to business. Of course, mission economic development, city permits, as well as how does real estate work here in the city of Mission. So that is happening this Friday. We will also be hosting our sister cities welcome dinner on Friday evening, and our board of directors and our tourism department will be participating in the Mayor's International Brunch on Saturday morning.
Where is that going to be? Welcome.
The welcome dinner will be at the Mission Chamber event. We're going to have an indoor-outdoor event in the conference center. And then the mayor's breakfast will be, of course, at the Mission Event Center. Okay. On next week, February 3rd, we are now taking reservations, and it's complimentary to our chamber members. We're having our business networking mixer at the Cimarron Country Club, so be on the lookout for that. On February 6th, the Merit Project will be doing an educational session over at Freedom Life Church. They have a group of business leaders. They call them Freedom Business Ventures. So we will be recruiting the next cohort for the Merit Project. Deadline is February 15th, and it's open to all businesses. So we encourage anyone who wants to improve their business practices to join us. And February 7th and 8th, we have 2 ribbon cuttings. On Monday, it will be with the Butterfly Dream Spa and Nail Suite. And then on 8th, it's the new and improved Holiday Inn Express and Suites here off Sherry. So we're excited for that. We are also taking reservations for a lunch and learn on February 11th. And the topic is going to be having the right mindset to meet goals. And this is complimentary for chamber members as well. And the preparation continues for a Winter Texan Fiesta for February 24th, and we have opportunities for vendors and sponsors. That's all I have for this evening.
Any questions by the council?
Thank you, Brenda.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
Calling for item number 4, departmental reports. Mr. Perez will be answering for the council. If the council has any questions on any of the departmental reports that are in your packet at this time.
I move to approve the reports as presented.
We have a motion to approve. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 4 is approved 5-0, and I'm calling for citizens participation. Ms. Carrillo, do we have anybody? Okay. Electronic, do we have anybody? We have no citizens participation, both in person or in electronic, so I'm gonna move to the public hearing and the planning and zoning recommendations, calling for item number 6. Ms. De Luna, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Item number 6 is a rezoning for a 2.33 acre gross acre tract of land out of a certain 17.88 acre tract out of lot 29-4 West Addition to Shareland. This is from AOI agricultural open interim to R1 single family residential. The applicant is David Salinas. If the council is inclined to approve this option, this rezoning and adoption of an ordinance will be needed. The subject site is located 716 feet west of Prosper Road along the north side of West Mile 2. Surrounding zones include agricultural to the north, east, and south, agricultural and residential to the east, and residential to the west. The future land use map shows this area as low-density residential. The proposed zone does comply with the city's future land use map and surrounding land uses. P&Z and staff recommended approval. This is a public hearing. This item is now before you.
This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor or against this rezoning? If you're in the audience, please approach the podium at this time. I do not see anybody approaching the podium at this time, so I'm going to ask for electronics. Is there anybody in electronics? If not, Alex, anybody? Okay, I will close this public hearing and ask for the guidance from the council.
I move to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any final discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. And item number 6 with ordinance 5130-5130 is passed 5-0. And I'm calling for item number 7. Mr. Luna, you have the floor.
Item number 7 is a rezoning for 2 tracts. Tract number 1 is a 10.449 acre tract of land, more or less being out of lot 5-11 West Addition to Sharyland, and tract 2 is a 2.952 acre tract of land, more or less being out of lot 5-11 West Addition to Sharyland. This is from AOI agricultural open interim to I1, which is light industrial. The applicant is Union Design Developers. If the council is inclined to approve this item, an adoption of an ordinance will be needed. The subject site is located on the southeast corner of Bryan Road and Military Road. Surrounding zones include agricultural to the north, east, and west, and light industrial to the south. The future land use map shows this area as general commercial. The proposed zone does comply with city's future land use map and surrounding land uses. P&Z and staff recommended approval. This item is now before you.
This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor of this rezoning? If you're in the audience, please approach the podium at this time. I don't see anybody approaching the podium at this time, so I'm gonna ask for electronics. No electronics. I'm gonna close this public hearing and ask for the guidance of the city council.
Mayor, I move for approval.
We have a
Second.
motion and a second, and this I open it for discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries, and this rezoning is light industrial, am I correct?
That is correct.
I just wanted to make sure. I'll call it for item number 8. Mr. Luna, you have the floor.
Item number 8 is a rezoning for a 8.93 acre tract of land, more or less out of lot 26-10, West Addition to Sharyland. This is from AOI agricultural open interim to R1 single family residential. The applicant is RGB Via Development LLC. If the council is inclined to approve this item, an adoption of an ordinance will be needed. The subject site is located a quarter of a mile north of East Griffin Parkway along the west side of North Bryan Road. Surrounding zones include large lot, single family to the north and south, residential to the west, and agricultural to the east. The future land use map shows this area as low density residential. The proposed zone does not comply with city's future land use map, no surrounding land uses. A lower density residential designation calls for large lot, single family. P&Z and staff recommended denial. If the council is inclined to approve this item, a four-fifth vote would be needed. This is a public hearing. This item is now before you.
This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor or against this rezoning? Please approach the bench at this time and name and address for the record, and you have 2 minutes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The minutes won't start till you start speaking, okay? You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Emilio Villanueva with Villa Homes. I was here the last time and we had presented a subdivision plot with 61 width on the lot. And at this time, we're presented again at 65. What we did is we eliminated one lot on each side. And we brought the total area from 8,500 to 9,100 plus. And some of them 9,200. And this will be, the area will be larger than for the large lot. But nevertheless, the issue has been the width. If we would comply with the 75, that would be over 10,000, making it unfeasible for us to subdivide for the price that we have to sell them. Like I said, we're a local builder. We understand the community. We're the member of the Chamber of Commerce, and we like working with the city. What we propose is a gated subdivision, as you can see there. And we would set rules, and once we form the HOA to limit any parking on the street or whatever suggestion we might get at that time. And like, other than that, I know Ms. Commissioner Ortega had mentioned the last time about some workshops, and I know something perhaps in the future, but right now I'm to where I have to decide whether I'm gonna buy it or not. The realtor is here representing the seller. And Ms. Garza, I believe you're also from the area, and you know the area that I'm talking about. There's some old apartments, and I'm thinking that it's going to improve the area and the neighborhood by doing this gated subdivision. So I'm asking you here for your support. All of you. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor or against this rezoning? Anybody else from the audience, please approach the bench at this time. Give your name and address for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Richard Womeldorf, Womeldorf. I'm with Keller Williams, 30 years experience, 70 years on earth. I'm the 4th generation here in the valley, and don't take it against me, I live in my valley. If you'll put the map back up of the rezoning, so you can see the little chart that shows where the property is. I'm here, I represent the seller, Mr. Hall. He's also, his father and stepmother were longtime Mission citizens here. Did a lot of development around in this area. Mr. Hall is mid-70s right now and wants to retire. He's been a farmer for a very long time, and this is his nest egg. That's it. You know, I mean, this is what he's got. He's tired, and costs are high. He's got an orange grove that just doesn't produce enough. He spends more money than he does anything else to keep this orange grove going. The bottom line is, when you look, the Villas has spent a lot of time going over this a lot, trying to do everything we can. The constriction, of course, is the depth. You can't get around it. The depth is the depth. There's one street coming in, so they've done the best they can. And they're within almost 10,000 square feet. The reason why I wanted to bring this up is when you look at the subdivision map, all around to the left-hand side, and I know there's a division where it has to be R1A to the left of Bryant Road, but look what you're going to have. You're going to have 30 or 40 houses. You're going to be providing more taxation for the city instead of getting $2,000 off of an exempt piece of land for agriculture. And you're going to have people that are going to schools, and just like Mr. Villa said, you're going to have a nice area that will start bringing in families and everything else. I know my time's out, but the seller would wish he would approve the variance. They're very close, within, just a few hundred feet, and it's going to be a beautiful, look at the picture, it's going to be a very beautiful subdivision.
Thank you, sir. This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor against this rezoning? Anybody from the audience, please approach the podium at this time. I do not see anybody approaching the podium at this time, so I'm gonna ask for electronics. There's nobody from electronics. And I'm gonna close the item number 8, the rezoning, and ask for direction from the council.
I would like to approve the rezoning from agricultural preliminary to R1.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. This being a reversal of the planning and zoning, I'm gonna ask for a vote by hand. And remember, I need 4 or 5 city council members to vote in favor of the turnaround of the denial for it to be valid as far as that is concerned. So,
Mayor, can we have a little discussion though, or?
yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, the reason I'm okay with the R1 is because this subdivision is actually gonna be behind some R2 property. It may not be zoned R2, but that's what's on the ground. We've got some duplexes there right in front of the property. So I feel that this will enhance the area. Also, their south boundary is a canal, and their west boundary is an R1 zone. So I think that R1 zone is appropriate for this property.
Any other? I'm gonna call for the vote. All those in favor, raise your right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. All those against, raise your right hand. 1, it's 4-1, and the motion passes, and ordinance number will be assigned 5132. I'm calling for item number 9. Ms. Luna, you have the floor.
Item number 9 is a conditional use permit for a drive-through service window. This is for Leak Coffee at 2515 Colorado Street, Suite 1. This is Lot 2, Block 2, Santa Lucia Development. The property is commercially zoned and the applicant is Daniel King. If the council is inclined to approve this conditional use permit, an adoption of an ordinance will be needed. The subject site is located at the northwest corner of Colorado and Taylor Road. The applicant leased a suite within this commercial development to have his coffee shop with a drive-through service window. The applicant is proposing to have approximately 5 tables with 4 chairs each inside the building. Access to the site will be provided off of Colorado or Taylor through existing 24-foot driveways. Customers can park within the shared parking area to walk in or purchase items, or they can use the drive-through service window. The hours of operation would be every day from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. He's proposing to have 5 employees. Parking, there are a total of 74 parking spaces held in common. P&Z and staff recommended approval subject to a 1-year reevaluation to assess the new operation. CUP is not transferable to others. Continue compliance with building, fire, health, and sign code, and the acquisition of a business license. There is a public hearing. This item is now before you.
This is a public hearing for a conditional use permit. Anybody in favor or against the conditional use permit? During this audience, please approach the podium at this time. I don't see anybody approaching the podium at this time, so I'm going to ask for electronics. Do we have anybody on electronics? No. I'm going to close the public hearing for item number 9 and ask for the guidance of the council.
I'm going to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and this I open up for discussion. No discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Ordinance 5133, item number 9 is passed 5-0. And I'm calling for item number 10. Ms. De Luna, you have the floor.
Item number 10 is a conditional use permit for the sale and outside consumption of alcoholic beverages. This is for Foods Ice House located at 815 North Francisco Avenue. This is the south 109.5 feet of Lot 2, Block 137, Mission Original Town Site, and all of Lot 52, John A. Sherry Industrial Subdivision. The property is currently zoned general business. The applicant is Amy Siverson. If the council is inclined to approve this item, an adoption of an ordinance will be needed. The subject site is located at the northwest corner of Francisco and 8th Street. The bar has been in existence at this location since the 1960s. The new applicant recently remodeled the building. There are tables and chairs inside and outside the building, and some stools around the bar area too, for a total of 50 people to be inside. This is a long-standing business frequented by different Mission residents and Winter Texans. The applicant will offer burgers and appetizers in her menu. She is proposing to have Winter Texan music 3 days during the week. The last conditional use permit for this location was approved on January 11, 2021 for a period of 2 years. Hours of operation proposed are Monday to Saturday from 10 a.m. to 12 midnight and Sunday from 12 noon to 10 p.m. She's proposing to have 2 employees, including the owner. For parking, based on the code, there are 25 parking spaces required. However, since this property is located within the Mission Central Business District, she is exempt from the parking requirements. For alcoholic beverages, no alcoholic beverages should be sold within 300 feet to a nearest resident, church, public school, private school, public hospital. In this case, there are some residents within the 200-foot radius, thus a waiver of the separation requirement would be considered. Staff, P&Z and staff recommended approval subject to a 2-year approval, at which time the applicant will have to renew their TABC and CUP, waiver of the 300-foot separation requirement from residential areas, restripe parking area and at landscaping, compliance with building, fire, and health codes, obtain a business license, and compliance with the noise ordinance. This is a public hearing. This item is now before.
This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor or against this conditional use permit? Anybody from the audience, please approach the podium at this time. Name and address for the record, and you have 2 minutes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Amy Severson. My address there is 815 North Francisco. And we have got this back as a repossession. And we have worked really hard to get the inside and outside cleaned up. We have put somebody had mentioned putting some blacktop down. We put some blacktop down. We do have some of the striping done, but the weather hasn't permitted us to finish that. But we're ready to go.
Any other thing?
Pardon?
Any other thing you want to add? Okay, ma'am.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. thank
This
you.
is a public hearing. Anybody in favor or against the conditional use permit? This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor of the conditional use permit? If you're in the audience, please approach the podium at this time. I don't see anybody else approaching the podium at this time, so we have nobody in electronics, so I'm going to close the public hearing for item number 10 and ask for guidance from the council.
Mayor, I move for approval.
We have a
Second.
motion to approve and we have a second, and this I open it for discussion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 10 is approved 5-0 for ordinance 5134 for the record, 5134. And I'm calling for item number 11. Mr. Luna, you have the floor.
Item number 11 is a conditional use permit for the sale and on-site consumption of alcoholic beverages. This is for Primo Cafe in a property zone C2 neighborhood commercial. This is located at 800 East First Street. This would be lots 88 and 89 Mayberry Plaza, unit number 3. It's currently zoned neighborhood commercial and the applicant is Primo Cafe. If the council is inclined to approve this item, an adoption of an ordinance will be needed. The subject site is at the southeast corner of Mayberry Road and East First Street. The applicant desires a CUP for the restaurant and the sale of alcohol at this location. The applicant proposes to sell a variety of foods from appetizers, hot dogs, pizza, sandwiches, etc. The restaurant is an allowable use under a C2 with a conditional use permit. The days and hours of operation are Monday through Sunday from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Number of employees are 5. For parking, the applicant is proposing to have 15 tables with 4 chairs, which equals to 60 chairs. The applicant has secured a written permission from the adjoining business because he is needing 3 additional parking spaces. So he has already secured the permission from the adjoining business to utilize the parking for their employees. For the sale of alcohol, the zone requires that such uses be 300 feet from residential areas. There is a residential subdivision within the radius. However, PNZ and council have waived the separation requirement in other CUP's approval. PNZ and staff recommended approval, subject to a 2-year approval, at which time the applicant will have to renew their CUP and TABC license, waiving the 300-foot separation requirements from residential neighborhoods. This is a public hearing. This item is now before you.
This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor or against this conditional use permit? If you're in the audience, please approach the podium at this time. Name and address for the record, sir, and you have 2 minutes.
I'm Omar Hadroun. I'm the owner of the Primo Cafe Restaurant. So I'm here for the, to get approved for the beer and wine permit to be served in fish.
Thank you, sir. Anything else? This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor or against this conditional use permit? Please approach the podium at this time. This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor or against this conditional use permit? Please approach the podium at this time. I don't see anybody approaching the podium at this time, so we have nobody in electronics. I'm gonna close the public hearing for item number 11 and ask for the guidance of the council.
I move to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a second, and this is open for discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 11, ordinance 5135 is approved 4-0, and I'm calling for item number 12.
Item number 12 is a conditional use permit for a drive-through service window for Cocina de la Abuela Tere at 1500 West Griffin Parkway, Suite E. This is the south 105 feet of the west 180 of the east 440 out of lot 25-2 West Addition to Sharyland and lot 1 Block B Cinco de Mayo Ranch. This is currently zoned C3 General Business and the applicant is Yvette Castañeda. If the council is inclined to approve this item, an adoption of an ordinance will be needed. The subject site is located at the northwest corner of Wednesday and Griffin Parkway. The applicant leased a 28 square foot building, which includes a drive-through service window for her Mexican restaurant. The location of the service window provides enough stacking for at least 3 vehicles. Access to the site is provided off of Wednesday via a 24-foot driveway. Over the past 10 years, various different CUPs have been awarded for this location. Since the use is not transferable to others, the applicant would like to apply for her own permit. The last conditional use permit for this location was approved on October 23, 2017 for a period of 1 year. The days and hours of operation will be Monday from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. Tuesday will be closed, Wednesday to Sunday from 7 a.m. to 3. She's proposing to have 5 employees. Parking, there are a total of 31 parking spaces held in common. PNZ and staff recommended approval, subject to a 1-year reevaluation in order to assess this new operation, comply with building, fire, and health codes, comply with sign code and replace fence buffer, and acquire a new business license prior to occupancy. This is a public hearing. This item is now before you.
This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor or against this conditional use permit? You're in the audience, please approach the podium at this time. I don't see anybody approaching the podium at this time, so I'm gonna ask electronics. We have no electronics, and I'm gonna close this public hearing for item number 12 and ask the guidance from the council.
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a second. I open it for discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 12, ordinance 5136 is approved 5-0, and I'm calling for item number 13. Mr. Luna, you have the floor.
Item number 13 is a conditional use permit for the sale and on-site consumption of alcoholic beverages for a social and or cultural event. In this case, it's the Winter Texan Fiesta outdoor concert at 202 West Tom Landry. This is lots 1 through 12, block 174, and lots 7 through 12 out of block 175, Mission Original Townsite. The event will be held February 24, 2022. The property is currently zone C3 and the applicant is the Greater Mission Chamber of Commerce. If the council is inclined to approve this item in adoption for the CUP, and an ordinance will be needed for the CUP and for the wet zoning of the property. The subject site is at the Mission Market Square located 200 feet west of Conway Boulevard between Tom Landry and West 11th Street. The Greater Mission Chamber of Commerce desires a CUP for the sale of alcohol for beer and wine at this location for an outdoor concert to be held February 24th. This event will have a total of 20 vendors with 2 live bands. All provisions of Chapter 10 amusement and entertainment will need to be complied with. Hours of the event will be 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. with live music from 12 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. For parking, they're proposing parking to be accessible from different city-owned public parking lots and the Mission CISD football stadium. They will be having 2 shuttle buses that will be picking up attendees from this location starting at 10 a.m. every 15 minutes, and the last pickup will be at 4:30. For the sale of alcohol, such use is required to be 300 feet from residential areas. There is a residential subdivision within the radius. However, PNC and council have waived the separation requirement for previous CUPs. Alcohol will only be sold between 12 p.m. and 3:30. The capacity for the event will be for 4,000 attendees on the east of the property and 500 attendees on the overflow area. However, they're expecting 2,000. CDC protocol guidelines will be followed. Restrooms will be available on-site and security requirements will be complied with. P&Z and staff recommended approval subject to waiving the 300-foot separation requirements from residential neighborhoods and comply with city's typical ordinances governing such uses. This is a public hearing. This item is now before you.
This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor or against this conditional use permit? If you're in the audience, please approach the podium at this time. Name and address for the record, and you have 2 minutes, ma'am.
Yes. Hi, Mayor and Council. So on behalf of the Board of Directors and the Chamber staff team, Brenda Enriquez here, we're just excited. We want to create a friendlier downtown, and so having it here downtown is something that we're looking forward to and taking advantage of the public parkings. So we're preparing our safety plan to have EMS on site. We're also going to have organized traffic flow, barricades at designated areas, organized staging and layout, signage indicating no alcohol past this point, health risk warning, and over 10 volunteers. And we are working to secure a couple of more parkings so we can have more parkings near the event. And we do have a shuttle service that we're going to have. We're working with the Lower Rio Grande Valley to rent some of their shuttle buses. They each have about 25 capacity, and then there'll be the perfect schedule would be picking up from the Tom Landry Stadium or from the Leo Placita, and then dropping off at the Winter Texan Fiesta, and it's just a rotate every 15 minutes. And I'm available for questions too. Excuse me.
This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor or against this conditional use permit? This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor or against this conditional use permit? Anybody from the audience, please approach the podium at this time. I don't see anybody from the audience approaching the podium at this time, and we don't have anybody from electronic. I'm going to close the public hearing for item number 13, correction, and I'm going to open it for Ms. Ortega. You have some questions? Go ahead.
Brenda, I have a quick question.
Yeah.
Will there be signs there, and how will we be advertising so we can reach out to the Winter Texans about the parking?
Yes, so the plan is, once we finalize a couple of sites that we're still confirming to private property that we need permission, then we're going to roll out the parking, the suggested parking with all of our Winter Texans. So letting them know we're thinking of doing the flyer on one side and then the back, the parking and shuttle information, which is the one that we shared with you guys.
Why are we?
So sorry, Mr. Plata. I know I attended one event when it was there at the event center. I know we used the piece of land on the side, and I understand that it's already sold to somebody and they might not allow us to use it, but we weren't able to use any site there by the event center with the parking to be there. Like, was that an option or it was not an option?
What our board wanted to, we wanted the opportunity to to monetize the Winter Texan Fiesta to fundraise. So one of the things we wanted to do was to provide that extra hospitable opportunity for them to have a wine or beer, an option to have it, to buy it there at the event. And then because the event center already has a TABC license, we wouldn't be able to fundraise some of the funding. So it was one of the options for us to try to fundraise for the chamber at that point.
Okay, I understand. It's a beautiful place. It's just a lot smaller than what it was, and you all have a lot of Winter Texans that like to go to this event.
Yes, and I'm glad that you bring that up because we're gauging the pulse since we sat down 1 year. The pulse was from the experience with the Winter Texan Expo with Christy from Welcome Home. Typically, their 2-day event, they have about 10,000 Winter Texans that come in, and that's on a good year before COVID. They didn't do one last year. This year, they had 4,100 participants at the expo. So you're right. We're going to gauge the pulse on how, how many Winter Texans we get here downtown. We're planning to give 1,000 meals for the first 1,000 people that come, but we're going to find out what that pulse is like.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Plata, you have the floor.
Why didn't we do it at the Leo Peña Placita Park?
It was brought up, but we wanted to explore the possibility of having it at the chamber building, because we're also having plans to showcase that we're going to also add the and visitor center to the. Right now, the title is the Greater Mission Chamber of Commerce, and our board would like for us to propose that we add and visitor center. So we wanted to create that visitor center experience and opportunity for them to visit the visitor center.
Any other question? Call for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 13 is approved 5-0, and ordinance 5137 is approved.
There wasn't a.
Yes. Huh? There wasn't a motion that was made. You didn't make a motion, Mr.
No, I just have a question.
Okay, then let me go back. Get a motion. We have a motion,
Second.
second. We have a motion and second. I'll open it for final discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 13, ordinance 5137 is approved 5-0. I'm calling for item number 14.
Also, got a Bristol ordinance, that same item will be 5138. You got 2 ordinances. One for the conditional use permit and one for the sale of alcohol.
Okay, 5138. Since we didn't put it in the motion, I will entertain a motion again for the wet zoning.
Move for approval.
We have a motion and second. Open it for discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 13B is approved, ordinance 5138 for the wet zoning. Item number 14.
Item
Ms.
number-
Luna, you have the floor.
Item number 14 is a conditional use permit for a fun fair with the sale and on-site consumption of alcoholic beverages from January 28th through the 30th, 2022, and a carnival from January 28th to February 6th. This is located at 1300 West IH2, also known as Expressway 83. This is at approximately 26 acres out of lot 18-3 and 19-3 West Addition to Sherrill. The property is currently zone C4 heavy commercial, and the applicant is Texas Citrus Fiesta. If the council is inclined to approve this item, an adoption of an ordinance will be needed, one for the conditional use permit and one for the wet zone. The subject site is at the northeast corner of IH2 and Los Ebanos Road. Texas Citrus Fiesta is seeking approval for the above mentioned CUP. Texas Citrus Fiesta have been given permission from the property owner to have the fun fair at this location from January 28th through January 30th. The vendors and live entertainment setup for the fun fair will begin Friday, January 28th at 10 a.m. and will open to the public from 6 p.m. to 12 a.m. And on Saturday, January 29th, they will open to the public from 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. The carnival will start setting up this week. They will open to the public, or they're proposing from January 28th through February the 6th. The hours of operation weekdays would be from 5 a.m. to 11:30, Saturday and Sundays from 3 p.m. to 11:30. Parking will be accessible along an area on the west and north side of the property. The entrance to the property will be along Los Ebanos Road from a drive on the south of the property and another on the north of the property. CDC protocol guidelines will be followed. P&Z needs to consider waiving the 300-foot separation requirement from such amusements should be away from any area homes. Notices were sent out to property owners within 200-foot radius. Staff has not received any comments or in favor or against the request. P&Z and staff recommended approval, subject to waiving the 300-foot separation requirement and comply with city's typical ordinances governing such uses. This is a public hearing. This item is now before you.
This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor or against this conditional use permit? If you're in the audience at this time, please approach the podium at this time. I don't see anybody approaching the podium at this time, so I'm going to ask for electronics. Do we have anybody on electronics? Alex, we don't have anybody. I will close the public hearing for item number 14 and ask for guidance on from the city council on ordinance 5139 and 5140.
I move to approve for both
Second.
ordinance.
We have a motion to approve 5139 and 5140 in a second. And this is open for discussion.
I have a question. Okay, can you go to the other one that you have? So you get the entrance off of Los Ebanos. Looks like it's on the north side of a house.
Yes, it is.
Is that a public road or?
It is not. We, the same property owner for this carnival site owns that home and has allowed us, property at just, north of the home so that traffic from Los Ebanos southbound will be able to.
Okay.
access the property.
Okay,
We graded that and made access for vehicles.
okay, all right.
But it's a one-owner project.
It is.
Miss Susie,
Yes, ma'am.
I see here that it's an orange fencing because it's the expressway there. People might want to tend to park there just to be in a hurry. So who's responsible to put that fence? The city is? Okay, but it's going to be what type of fence?
It's just the yellow, the orange temporary fence.
Oh, yeah.
Plastic one. Yes.
And so are we gonna have like security guards there? Are they Citrus putting them there? City's putting them there, the carnival? Like what's gonna prevent from them?
Well,
To stay on.
hopefully they'll respect, there is an 8-foot easement in
Okay.
between from the curb to the fence that is required by TxDOT. So there is still that possibility that someone can just jump the curb and park. We want to discourage it. We may have an officer just kind of up and down monitoring that area, but it'll be very difficult, and safety was of the utmost concern, and that's why we wanted to go ahead and fence that entire area. But TxDOT has required us to keep that 8-foot easement. So that's a little bit concerning, and we'll just have to look.
Any other questions?
There's a $10 fee for entrance, is that correct?
I believe there's a $10 fee for the concert area, not necessarily going onto the site. So
Okay,
the concert area will be fenced in, and
Okay.
at that point, that's probably the entry and pay fee.
so will the, does that, does the fun fair, is that in the same fenced off area that would require the $10 entrance fee or just the concert?
Lisa is on, Zoom. She could probably answer that.
Because here it doesn't say fun fair.
Yes, ma'am. This is Lisa Rivera from Citrus Fiesta. Just to clarify, yes, there is a $10 fee just to go into the fun fair area. That will be fenced in. That's where the concert will be held. That's where the vendors will be at. The carnival will stand on its own. They do their own fencing. They have their own security. We have hired some security as well as some PD that will be there as well that night.
But where on the map is the fun fair gonna be?
It's going to be to the east side of the carnival.
Inside the concert stage area, so together.
Oh, okay.
Inside the country.
Right.
All of it is one event.
So the
Yes, ma'am.
concert and the concert area and the fun fair are together.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Any other questions? For clarification, we do have a motion, right?
That's it.
Yeah, we just had a
Yes.
question.
No more questions? Call for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Ordinance 5139 and 5140 is approved 5-0. Thank you, Ms. Luna. Now, moving over to consent agenda. All consent agenda items are considered routine by the city council that will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member requests an item to be removed and considered separately. The city council may take various actions, including but not limited to rescheduling an item in its entirety for a future date or time. The city council may elect to go into executive session on any item, whether or not such item is posted as an executive session item at any time during the meeting when authorized by the provision of the Open Meeting Act. Consent agenda item number 15, 16, 17 with resolution number 1757, 18 with resolution number 1758, resolution and number 19, 20, 21, 22 with resolution number 1759, and 23. What is the wishes of the council?
Mayor, I would like to request to pull 19 and 23.
Okay,
And I would like 20.
20 and 23. Am I correct?
19, 20, and 23.
Okay, 19, 20, and 23. Any other from the council? Okay, do I hear a motion?
So move.
We have a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a second to approve the consent agenda item as indicated. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries item 15, 16, 17 with resolution 1757, 18 with resolution 1758, 21 and 22 with resolution 1759 is approved 5-0. And I'm calling for item number 19. Lerma, please come to the podium and answer the questions that any of the council members have.
Mayor, City Council, Mr. Perez, good afternoon. Come before you on item number 19, requesting authorization to solicit qualifications for civil service attorney. Mr. Sauce has been with us as an initiated civil service, but I believe that the city manager's office, we're dealing with a hiring of deputy city manager. And because that's in the process, the contract, Mr. Sauce is up on February the 14th. So we decided to wait a little bit on that, go out for qualifications. And of course, take into consideration that we are in the process of deputy city manager.
City attorney.
Or city attorney, I'm sorry. So we'll be able to tie that in at that time. So it's just something that we're looking at. So at this time, we are looking for going out for qualifications for that position and to see what happens with that.
Questions?
Do we always go out for that? I thought we just renewed the contract. We haven't gone out in how long?
Well, Mr. Sauce has been with us since we initiated civil service back in 2000. He's been with us all that time. But because I think we're going to looking at the deputy city attorney, we're going to go out for qualifications, get bids, look at the qualifications of other individuals that do civil service. See if it ties in, I think,
To the position or what?
with the plans. Ma'am?
With the position?
With a position, yes. And if not, Mr. Sauce is still on. We'll be working with him on a 30-day basis until we fill the position or otherwise.
His contract permits 30-day extension.
I believe so.
It stays on month to month until it's either renewed or not.
As long as the contract doesn't indicate that.
Can we put that in the form of the motion, add that to extend Mr. Saucy's on a 30-day basis?
Month to month pending either a renewal or
Yeah.
otherwise.
Because
So
he
the
may
position is still-
he may still apply for the position, right?
Yes.
He still qualifies to
Yeah, he
apply
has
for
a
the
right to
position.
sub-
He has
Once we go out for qualifications, I think we're working with the city manager's office and Mr. Geddes at the purchasing department. Yeah, and Mr. Saucy has a right to submit his qualifications and will be considered also at that time.
Yes, so the answer is yes, he can submit his qualification.
I guess, I don't know. I would like to take this into executive session. I have some more questions that I'd like to ask in reference to this.
Okay. Do you want to wait till we go to executive session, or
Yes.
do you want to go into executive session now?
No, I'll wait till we go into
Okay,
executive
so
session.
let's put item number 19 pending.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Call for item number 20. Marish, you have the floor. You're right. You're here.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Item 20, authorization to execute the first one-year renewal contract with Texas Filter Services. There will be no increase in pricing with this renewal. Staff and city manager recommends approval.
I have a question. What is the total amount of the,
It's approximately $21,000 to change filters on a monthly basis for all of our facilities.
do we have a plan in action about who checks Texas Filter Services? Make sure they do that. They change the filters every month.
We do. So we accompany them to every facility with one of our facility building personnel. And we also take them to all these facilities so they can change all of our filters.
So there's somebody there supervising.
Yes, all the time.
97. Any other questions?
Thank you.
I have a
Go
quick
ahead.
question. GB, do they change out the filters on the units that are on overhead, like on the,
Yes, ma'am. We do change also those filters on a
Okay.
monthly basis.
okay,
And with that, also staff goes with them because we also do some maintenance on the AC units at the same time.
okay.
Any other question?
I'd like to move for approval, Mayor.
We have a
Second,
motion and a second to approve item 20. Open it for discussion. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 20 is approved 5-0, and calling for item number 23. Ms. Carrillo, you have the floor, ma'am.
Yes, Mayor Council, good evening. This is a request by the County of Hidalgo Elections Department for the use of city facilities for all 2022 elections. These elections would be the primary election, the May 7th, 2022 local entities election, the primary runoff, the June 11th, 2022 local entities runoff if needed, and then the general November election. The use of the facilities would be Bandworth Gym and Parks and Recreation Gym for early voting. And on election day only would be the mission, the fire department, the central fire station. These are facilities that we've used in the previous elections. So they just send out their request every year for the particular election cycle.
Mayor, I just had two questions.
Go ahead, ma'am.
I was just wondering out of curiosity, I know we've talked about this, but why isn't City Hall because of COVID?
Well, City Hall, is no longer the room is not large enough because of the voting accessibility now on the ADA requirements. The room is just not large enough to have all of the equipment that is needed now with the updated equipment. And, so the county just did want something a lot larger. So that's why we moved to Parks and Rec already, in the last election cycle, and that worked out real well. And also for the primaries, you have the Republicans and then you have the Democrats. So you have two sets of
And it's just
the
bigger.
equipment. So you have to have two different areas. So that's just become very difficult to conduct the elections in the community room.
And the county was okay with that facility?
Oh, the county's the one that's recommending that facility. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
and my second question, Ms. Anna, I noticed that the time of elections, it's Sunday from, I think
10
it's
to
at 10 to
3.
3.
Now it's 10 to 3, and that was done by the legislature. for them to cut the hours. As a matter of fact, I think they were even also recommending not to open until 12. So, that's one of the reasons that came down from the legislature.
Okay, so then it's, do you know the times they're offhand, just so I can write them down?
On this one, no. On the one that I have for our election, that one does have the times. These would be Monday through Saturday, 7 to 7, and then Sunday from 10 to 3. And then, of course, election day would be 7 to 7.
And the same schools?
That's gonna be on ours, yes. That's on our general election, yes. This is basically for early voting, on for the county. When we have our local entity, election that they're conducting for us, we tell them which locations, we want to use. So yes, I'm recommending it in, that item will be coming up very shortly, that, those same locations.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Just for clarification, this is the one on the Prime Road over here on 8th Street?
The
The
Parks and
mission-
Recreation Building, yes, sir. We used it already,
For the school
the
board.
previous school, city council election cycle, as well as the November presidential election. We use that same site.
Okay, thank
Move
you.
to approve.
Second,
We have a motion and a second to approve item 23. Do I hear any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 23 approved 5-0. And I'm going to approvals and authorization and calling for item number 24. Mr. Luna, you have the floor.
Item number 24 is a preliminary plat approval for Laguna Oak subdivision. This is an 11.861 acres out of lot 16-1 west addition to Sherryland. It's currently zoned plan unit development, single family residential. The developer is Emilio Salinas and the engineer is M2 Engineering PLLC. The property is located at the southeast corner of Inspiration and Mile 1 South Road. The developer is proposing 43 single-family residential lots. They will be having city water and sewer. They're proposing 6 fire hydrants via fire marshal's direction. City engineer has reviewed and approved the drainage report. P&Z and staff recommended approval subject to payment of parks and capital recovery fees, water district exclusion, and comply with all of the format findings. This item is now before you.
What is the guidance of the council? Or the direction?
Whatever happened with the golf course and the 9-hole that they were, so none of that.
Yes, come up to any of the meetings.
This one
This
doesn't,
is-
this one is not part of the golf course, is
It's in the southeast corner.
So-
Actually, this is the applicant that actually went and met with all the residents there. So probably that's why we are not seeing them
pretty
here,
sad.
because he actually went and talked to them and showed them what he was proposing.
So they are going away with our golf course completely?
Well, as far as I know, yes, the golf course is gonna be no longer gonna be there. This is just the first phase of, they're gonna be developing in phases. This is just the first of it.
But is that what we approve? I mean, is that, I thought.
This
that they
one
always-
this one was the first one that we approved. The developer on that other one was for Mr.
The main complaint was the drainage, and we're looking at the drainage plant, and all of them are above 24 inches.
Yes,
There
that
should
was the
be-
main issue.
And he's also, that same, they're enlarging the capacity of the outflow also, as part of the deal for them developing that area, so we have the two positives there, larger drainage size, and we're gonna have larger capacity and output on our output. So,
Well, I'm not embarrassed to say I'm a little confused, so I'd rather just, I myself would not make a motion. I don't know. I'm confused with that. Because I thought when we approved it that they needed to keep a 9 hole,
I think that's,
so maybe I'm confused.
the one that has the 9 holes is a
It's a-
different,
They're
It's a
like 3 or
different,
4 different property owners
it's a different
within
property
that
owner.
whole tract.
one that has a 9.
So if I may, sir, so the discussion was the 9 holes. So if you can envision the area, this property is on the north end of the development. And the 9th hole was on the south end of the clubhouse. Those were the ones that were discussed about keeping and trying to restore those 9 holes. And the front was going to be, and I say the front of the north side was going to be developed into, that was the discussion at the time.
And that side is a different owner.
Thank you for
Yeah.
clarifying. I move to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a second, and this is open up for discussion. All,
Well, just,
Go ahead.
again, just, this is we've kind of seen this preliminarily before, and we asked the owner or the owner to have some studies done that were not normally asked of other developers. Is that correct?
Not from this specific developer. It was asked from the other owner,
The other one.
The other one.
Mr. Leonet.
Okay.
He was the one that, he was asked to do those studies, and he's in the process of doing that. Nothing has been submitted for those studies.
So
This
this is still subject to those studies being done, the drainage,
Actually, no, this is the engineer who already did those studies.
this one.
This one.
So, okay, so this
That's
is
what-
already,
This one
this
has
one's already
already-
done the studies.
Yes,
and
this
and
one
that's
has
when,
already done
that's
the
when he
studies.
came back and voluntarily recommended that he was going to upgrade or upload.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure that the due diligence had been done on this problem.
Yes, for this one,
Yes.
they actually did it beforehand.
Okay,
Any other question?
Well, he's an engineer, right, the owner?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Any other question? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 24 is approved 5-0. And I'm calling for item number 25. Mr. Luna, you have the floor.
Item number 25 is a final plat approval for La Homa Crossing subdivision phase 2. This is a 32.94 acre tract of land being portions out of lot 75, 76, 77, 78, and 79 of block 2, La Homa Ranch Citrus Roads Unit Number 1 subdivision. This is in a rural ETJ. The developer is Red Rock Real Estate Development Group LTD, and the engineer is Quintanilla Hetley and Associates. This subject site is located at the southeast corner of La Homa Road and West 7 Mile Road. The developer is proposing 41 single-family residential lots and 8 commercial lots. They will have, the commercial lots will have shared driveways, 1 driveway for every 2 lots. The water will be serviced by Sherland Water Supply. Sewer will be via septic tanks. They're proposing 4 hydrants to be used as filling station. City engineer has reviewed and approved the drainage report. P&Z and staff recommended approval subject to meeting the model subdivision rules, complying with the street alignment policy, and meeting any comments from the county planning department. This item is now before you.
I move to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Do I hear a second?
second.
We have a second, and this is open for discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 25 is approved 5-0, and I'm calling for item number 26. And Ms. Carrillo, you have the floor, ma'am.
Mayor, Council, item 26 is approval of ordinance 5141, calling for the general election in Mission, Texas, providing for the election of mayor and council members for places 1 and 3, providing for polling places and other matters relating to said election. Early voting by personal appearance for this election will be conducted at the Mission Parks and Recreation Gym and at the Mission Boys and Girls Club Gym at Van Wert Park. The early voting days and hours are Monday through Saturday, Monday, April 25th through Saturday, April 30th, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Sunday, May 1st, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday, May 2nd, and Tuesday, May 3rd, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. The county was recommending that I put times may be amended pending consensus from all entities. We'll be having a joint election, with the Mission CISD and Sherryland ISD, but they normally follow what the city does and what the county does. So these are the hours that we're proposing. Election day polling locations will be held at Mission High School, Castro Elementary, Pearson Elementary, Bryan Elementary, and Mission Boys and Girls Club Gym at Panworth Park, and this will be from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. There are no changes in any of the polling locations that we have previously used. So I'm recommending approval of the ordinance calling the general election.
I move to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a second, and this will open it for discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 26 is approved 5-0, but I do have a question, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Chair. For the Spanish portion of it, we use the same ordinance number.
Yes, sir.
We're okay. Yep, 5141 for the Spanish portion. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You like to stay there? Is your item 27 is yours? Anna?
Yes, sir.
So yours.
I didn't take my paperwork.
Oh, okay.
My steps. This next item are board vacancies that we currently have as of January the 1st of 2022. There's one vacancy in Citizens Advisory Committee, one vacancy in Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone, and one vacancy in the Zoning Board of Adjustments. On the Citizens Advisory Committee, Mayor's recommendation is Raul S. Flores Jr., who has accepted the willingness to serve. On Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone, Mayor's recommendation is Stephen Alanis, who is also accepted to serve. We currently do not have any recommendation under Zoning Board of Adjustments. In Mission Education Development Corporation, and these are terms to expire on 12/31 of 22, Mayor's recommendation is to appoint Veronica Peña to replace David Vianda, appoint Jessica Garcia to replace Pete Jaramillo, appoint George A. Garza to replace Aiza Garza, and appoint Hector Gonzalez Jr. to replace Sonia Trevino. Mario Garza and Valde Morales will stay in their position at this current time. We did receive some board applications after posting it on social media. And so you've got who has submitted an application as of today.
Do I hear a motion to approve item number 27?
Mayor, I have some, I'd like to make in a form of motion for Citizens Advisory Committee. I'd like to make a motion for Jessica Garcia. For the Tax Increment Reinvestment Board, I'd like to nominate Efrain, I believe it's Reina. For Zoning Board of Adjustments, Steve Alanis. And appoint Veronica Peña, appoint Dolly Elizondo, appoint George A. Garza, and appoint Hector Gonzalez Jr. for the Mission Economic Development Corporation. I took some time today and reviewed, and all the applicants that did submit, they would be on one of the boards that they actually requested. And that would be my motion.
I'll second that motion.
But I have a point of order, Mr. Martinez. The appointments belong to the mayor.
They do belong to the mayor. Willing to open them up for motion.
You know,
For
but,
which one, Mayor? For the MEDC?
No, the TERS,
Oh,
because Steve Alanis did apply for the TERS.
But it needs to be approved by the council. No?
I thought that only the chairman was an appointment by
The board appointments are all.
by the mayor.
Are appointed by mayors. The
The
mayors,
TERS
according to the chart.
The third is the council appointment, but the mayor chooses the chairman.
That's right.
All the other boards, you have discretion to appoint whomever you like.
Mayor, I studied the board appointments today at work extensively, and I noticed that we do have a great amount of our community members that would like to serve within our community. And with all due respect, one of the applicants is a fellow social worker. And so I felt that she would be best served at our Citizens Advisory Committee. And so that's why I felt that Ms. Dalia Lizondo, who is also from Mission, would be better in our MEDC board in her place. That was my justification for that. My justification for the tax increment position is that Mr. Efrain Reina Jr. has a wealth of knowledge in that area, and I think that he can help that board. And Mr. Steve Alanis, I think, would really get along and love being on the zoning board. And I would like to see him in the future be in our planning and zoning board because he is a businessman here in Mission. And I think that he can get a lot of wealth of knowledge and really like the men and women that serve on that board.
Goes back to my point of order, Martinez.
Yes,
Appointments are done by the mayor, right?
the TERS is approved by the council. The mayor chooses the chairman. All the others are
But-
mayor appointments.
The council approves the mayor's recommendation.
Sure,
The council does not appoint.
sure. But I mean, if you're opening it up to a motion that deviates from your recommendation, Mayor, that's kind of the same thing.
But if I don't entertain the motion,
How could he not? Because the council has to approve it.
but I can entertain the motion to approve my recommendation.
Sure. Absolutely.
But there's already a motion on the floor in a second.
With all the respect, I mean, Mr. Alanis is a business owner.
I would like to put it into executive session. As part of the,
Are there
put it,
any,
put it, put
are
it
there
in.
any legal questions here? I think there's a
Yes, I have
motion.
a legal, but not to the public, to our consult to the people. So,
You want to finish up the agenda?
yeah, I want to add it to the executive session.
You need to second that?
No, the mayor can add it to the session. My question is, do you want to finish up the agenda?
Huh?
Do you want to finish up the rest of the agenda before the executive?
Yes, yes. So, so the motion stands. What do we do with the motion, Mr. Martinez? How do we,
We'll revisit it when we come out of executive.
okay. So I'm calling for item number 28. Mr. Ledman, you have the floor. Oh, Mrs. Sorry.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I come before you seeking authorization to purchase a Chevy Tahoe for our Media Relations Department via buy board contract number 601-19. The Media Relations Department is in need of the vehicle to cover multiple city events and create broadcast quality video and graphics for our new City of Mission cable channel. The total expenditure for this purchase is in the amount of $51,423. The purchase of the vehicle for item 28 would come from the PEG fund. Staff and city manager have recommended approval. Item 28 is now before you.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and second. And this is open it for discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 28 is approved 5-0.
Thank you,
And I'm
Mayor and
calling
Council.
for item number 29.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. Item 29 is authorized purchase of computer equipment to upgrade the backup EOC at the police department. This is through Omnia contract 4400006644. Cost of the purchase is $148,465.53. Staff and city manager recommend approval.
Move for approval?
We have a
Second.
motion on the floor. Do I hear a second? We have a
Second.
Second, and this is open for discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 29 is approved 5-0, and I'm calling for item number 30.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Item 30, authorization to award bids for corrosion inhibitor chemicals for the Public Works Department for the north and south water treatment plants. We accepted and open two bid responses for corrosion inhibitor chemicals. Staff recommendation is to award bids to Chembright Inc., who is the lowest responsible bidder, meeting all the specifications. Recommendation is based solely on estimated quantities. An order will be placed on an as needed basis for 1 year base term. with a cost of 81 cents per pound. Staff and city manager recommends approval.
I move to approve to the lowest responsible bidder.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and I open up for discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 30 approved 5-0, and I'm calling for item number 31.
Thank you.
Abuela, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Item number 31 is approval of the November 2021 tax collection report. The 2021 total adjusted tax levy for taxes was $26,121,238.96. And the amount of the collections as of November 30th is $2,309,464.44, which represents 8.84% of the total 2021 tax levy. The total adjusted tax levy for delinquent taxes was $2,422,901.78, and the amount of collections as of November 30th is $94,678.51, which represents 3.91% of the total tax levies for previous years. Staff and city manager recommend approval.
I move to approve.
We have a motion on the floor. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a second, and this I will open up for any discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 31 is approved 5-0, and I'm calling for item number 32. Chief Sanchez, you have the floor, sir.
Mayor and Council, good evening. Item number 32, interlocal agreement between the City of Mission and the County of Hidalgo for rural emergency services. The Mission Fire Department is seeking authorization to renew the interlocal agreement with the County of Hidalgo for rural emergency service for unincorporated areas. The agreement will commence in January 1st, 2022, and shall be terminated on January 1st, 2025. The Commissioner Court approved the interlocal in their December 14th, 2021 meeting. Staff and city manager recommend approval.
Move for approval.
We
Second.
have a motion and a second, and this open for discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 32 is approved 5-0, and I'm calling for item number 33. Chief Sanchez, you have the floor.
Item 33, authorization to purchase fire equipment from Metro Fire Apparatus, Inc. via by board contract 603-20 for the Mission Fire Department. Authorization to purchase operational rescue equipment and SBA harnesses from Metro Fire Apparatus Specialist, Inc. The operational and rescue equipment will be part of the outfitting of the new Pierce apparatus. SBA harnesses will replace 20 frontline harnesses for daily operations. The purchase cost is in the amount of $266,024 via by board contract 600- correction. By board contract 603-20. Staff and city manager recommend approval.
I move to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a second, and this will open it for discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 33 is approved 5-0, and calling for item number 34. Mr. Chief Sanchez, you have the floor.
Item 34, authorization to purchase fire equipment from Municipal Fire Service via sole source for the Mission Fire Department. Authorization to purchase rescue equipment from Municipal Emergency Services. The rescue equipment will be part of the outfitting of the new Pierce apparatus for daily operations. The purchase cost is in the amount of $83,188 via sole source. Staff and city manager recommend approval. For you.
I move for approval.
We have a motion on the floor to approve. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 35, Chief Sanchez, you have the floor.
Item number 35, authorization for the city of Mission to enter into a business associated agreement for the medical billing and collections. The city received 3 service agreements and recommend to engage EmergentCon LLC at a commission of 6.5% of all revenues collected on the behalf of the client for billing services. Credit card payments accepted by EmergentCon will be charged an additional 2% unless it has been offset through the preparedness conveyance fee. Staff and city manager recommend approval.
I move to approve.
We have a motion on the floor. Do I hear a second? We have a second, and this is open it for discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 35 is approved 5-0.
Thank
And
you.
calling for item number 36. Mr. Terraz, you have the floor, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Item 36, authorization to award bid for waterline maintenance supplies for the Public Works Department. We accepted to be responsible for the waterline maintenance supplies. Staff recommendation is to award to Ferguson Waterworks, who's the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, meeting all the specifications and conditions in the amount of $509,188.29. Staff and city manager recommends approval.
Mayor, I move to approve based on the recommendation of staff and city manager to the lowest responsible bidder, Ferguson Water, for $509,188.29.
Do I hear a
Second. Second.
Open it for discussion. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those
Aye.
opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0 for item number 36. Item number 37, Ms. Lerma, you have the floor, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Item number 37 is authorization to enter into agreement with La Universidad Autónoma de Nuevo León, Mexico. This agreement promotes cooperation between the City of Mission and the Universidad Autónoma de Nuevo León to work collaboratively on projects that promote commerce, investment, education, culture, tourism, and industry. This came about as we were working on the exchange program for nurses with Via del Carbón. As you all know, we were working collaboratively, bringing all entities together. It was at the request of Via del Carbón, an invitation to the mayor. We worked alongside with Mission Regional Medical Center, STC, the Mexican Consulate's office, and this project is still in the works. The previous administration is no longer with the city of Villa del Carbón, but we want to have these types of agreements in place so that when communities want to offer or want to work on a specific project, that we're able to seek assistance if needed through this university. I am here at the mercy of the council seeking direction from them.
Mayor, I'd like to move that to executive session as well, since
This
it
one?
is an agreement.
Not a problem. Put it on the 37. Thank you, Lynn. We'll put it in executive session.
Thank you.
Okay, 38, Mr. Pettis.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Item 38 is the discussion and possible action on modifying COVID-19 City of Mission guidelines. This is the opportunity for the council to make additional or any modifications to our existing guidelines. Currently, a couple of things that we've implemented aside from our consistent sanitation of our work spaces and our facilities. We have implemented in our planning department by appointment only for, excuse me, for anyone that's coming in to limit the interaction with the public, but everyone is being, being addressed to, however, by appointment only. Excuse me. And then also we have closed our utility billing lobby only for new customers to limit that intake as well. Everything is being handled through our drive-through for those two departments. We are currently also, we did, just to provide you all an update, we did have our employee vaccination clinic that we had over 100 employees get vaccinated that either received the booster. We did have additional approximately about 5 employees that received the first dose for the first time. And so that was very successful. We will be continuing the Thrive program for the public. We do have 2 events scheduled for February 2nd and February the 9th. This would be the anyone that has received a booster that is a Mission resident will be entitled to the Thrive Card. That will be a drive-through event, and that will be handled in those 2 dates. We have at least over 1,000 individuals registered for each of those events, so we will be continuing working on that. And we are also continuing monitoring our employees throughout. We still continue to have additional positives throughout the department, so we sanitize those departments as those reports come through. Employees are asked to quarantine for 10 days with the option to test after 5 if they do not have any symptoms. With the negative test, they are able to come back. That's what I have, sir, unless the mayor and the council have additional.
Do you have any changes that you want to do?
I just have
Go
a
ahead.
question.
Go ahead.
Where are we with the mechanism to sanitize our air?
Do you have
Our air
additional
quality.
information on the UV lights?
The UVs,
Yes. I do have staff looking at that, ma'am, as well, JP, through our facilities department, looking at the different components.
Okay,
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We have met with several consultants, vendors to give us some samples that we can either put them in the office to purify the air or to put them on the AC units
okay,
up on the roof. We are asking for several brochures so we can study more into detail, and also maybe we have a presentation for those items.
okay. I did a, little bit of reading, and my understanding is that most of the transmission is done by air in not contact. So I think that would be something that we really need to look
Those
into.
UV lights are installed inside the AC unit, like you mentioned, and
Mhm.
we also will need to buy some special equipment, PPE, so we can see the reflections, it's the UV light.
Okay,
We will have to buy PPE for that too.
okay, thank you.
any other questions by the council?
Bless you, bless you. See,
Bless you guys.
that's how we get sick.
Huh?
I'm kidding. Yeah. Lysol it.
Okay, we'll entertain a motion to accept Mr. Perez's report and changes.
Also move.
We have a motion to approve. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in open it for further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 38 is approved 5-0, and we don't have non-finished business, so we'll go to routine matters. City manager, your comments, sir?
Yes, sir. Just to reiterate, we will be having the events this weekend with the Mayor's International Brunch on Saturday morning, followed by the Texas Citrus Fiesta Parade. It's starting at 2 p.m. That will be the same route going down Conway from 495 all the way to First Street. And of course, we do have also on Thursday of this week, the Texas Citrus Fiesta coordination that would be at the Mission Event Center this Thursday. That's all I have, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. What I have is, I just want to personally thank, and as well as thank all the city employees. We activated the Emergency Operations Center last Wednesday for the winter storm that was coming in. And I want to thank all the responders, not only the police and the fire, but also the public works and the streets. And because as I was going around the city during the emergency, I noticed that our employees were out there doing service calls, even for the streets, the streets and we're in a very muddy area, but I could see from when I was passing by there, I did not stop because they were all in operations and it was cold, but the operations that I observed from the streets and public works and the first responders was very commendable, so make sure that the staff is notified that the mayor's comments were said on behalf of them. As of right now, we have closed down the Emergency Operations Center, but seems like as soon as I do, something, I get a state of Operations Center email, to get ready for something else, and it seems to be bang, bang, bang all the time, so, but at this time, I just want to make sure that those people that were out there 24/7, that they're thanked by the administration. Okay, as far as that's concerned. I don't have any more comments, and I'll open it for the city council. Mayor Pro Tem, you're first. You have the floor, man.
I would just like to remind everybody that this weekend is going to be full of festivities and for everybody just to be safe and be careful. I know that a lot of our community and people from around the Rio Grande Valley and maybe out of state come and enjoy the Citrus Fiesta Parade. And then this Thursday is the Quince Triana Coronation at 7. And so that's going to be really wonderful. If you all want to go see some beautiful dresses, I invite you to go and participate and go see the beautiful young ladies that are going to be competing. Thank you.
Mr. Plata?
No comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Yes. Ms. Garza?
I have nothing to add. Thank
Mr.
you.
Vela?
No comment.
Okay, then I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries, and executive session we will be. We have a motion to reconvene. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0. And I will call him as 19, man. Let's start with the regular executive session.
The regular meeting or regular?
Regular executive session, EB 39A.
39A, Mayor. It's, we received a counter offer. I have a directive from this council to offer a counter offer, and if not accepted, move to condemnation.
Good.
So move.
We have a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. 39A is approved 5-0. 48.
Update on Deputy City Attorney. We did inform the council that we have 4 applicants and we'll be sitting down for interviews next week. So right now, there's no action required.
Okay, so I'll call for 40B. What is
40B, after consulting and discussing, it was a motion to approve 100% payout of leave to Lieutenant Javier Ramon, who plans to retire his.
Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion, a second. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0, 40B, and I would like to ask Lieutenant Javier Ramon to come up to the podium, please, so we could congratulate you on service to the city of Mission.
Thank you. I just want to take the opportunity to thank all of you for allowing me to retire. And, you know, I'm excited to what's to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good.
God bless you.
Remember one thing, once a lieutenant, always a lieutenant. Okay. 41, A.
41A, there was some discussion and directives given to myself and the CEO from the EDC to do more research on the possible land.
Which is, we put it in a motion.
Yes,
I can entertain a motion.
motion to accept the directives given to city attorney and EDC CEO.
I'll make the motion.
We have a
Second.
motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 42.
42, there is a hearing tomorrow at 10 a.m. This action does not require an action, but there is a hearing tomorrow at 10 a.m. and another special meeting on Wednesday at 3:30.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Item number 19, Mr. Lerma. Will you approach the podium, please, so the council and Mr. Martinez, you wanna prepare the motion?
There was discussion regarding going on qualifications. I believe the council, it requires a motion for us to actually accept the recommendation of the city manager, Mr. Ledman, to go off qualifications.
So moved.
We have a
Second.
motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. The motion carries. And
Item 20.
moving to item number 37, authorization to enter into an agreement. Ms. Aida Lerma?
We're gonna table that.
Yeah, I'll get 37 first.
We're gonna table that item there. I move to table.
Okay, a motion to table. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We have a motion and a second.
Second.
Okay, we have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 37 is tabled, and we'll take care of item number 27. Ms. Ortega, you have the floor.
I'd like
When
to rescind my
When we
motion.
left, there was a motion and a second, which needs to be.
I'd like to rescind my motion,
Your motion has been rescinded. Who did the second?
Mr. Pata.
I did the second.
Your motion will be rescinded. Your second will be rescinded, and I will entertain the motion. Ms. Ortega, you have the floor.
I'd like to table this item
Do
for
I hear
further
a second?
discussion.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Do we have a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries, and there being no other business,
I'm with you, John.
we have a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those, first and second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We are adjourned.